Alright, hello everyone. So, I have freshly installed. I started with like 3 minutes on the download left, and it has been 3 minutes, yes. So, What Remains of Edith Finch? I was watching a video of Gab Smulders on YouTube. Check her out, by the way. She is amazing. I was watching her play What Remains of Edith Finch. I've seen this game many times before, and I have actually played it in the past on my own time, personally. And I love this game. It makes me cry. So, we're gonna play it today, because I sent the link to Gab's video to my friend, and I was like, I love this game so much, I would love to play it for a stream. It'd be so much fun, I would talk so much about it, I would go so much in depth on the story. So you get to hear me talking nonstop about it, is what I'm saying here. And, yeah, my friend was like, haha, how much does it cost? And I was like, ahaha, I don't know. And then they were like, ahaha, check your Ko-fi. So we have the game now. And, I will say, I don't know how much money is in the Cosmic Frog wallet. I don't know how much money is in our froggy little wallet outside of... Well, that was loud! Holy shit! That was fucking loud. Oh my god. Fuck. Is there a fucking... Well, first of all, audio. I'm gonna turn music all the way down because I know there's some copyrighted music in here. I'm gonna keep dialogue all the way up though. Sound effects can go down though. Fucking A. Okay, I auto-detect optimal? Ha, optimal is fucking low settings. Alright. Well, there you guys go. That's my settings I have to play on. Fucking A. That was so loud. Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't expect to be ear blasted today. Jesus. But yeah, I love this game, so expect me to be pausing a lot to talk about what's happening and the story and my personal interpretation of what it all means, I guess. Fuck me, though. Shit. I hope it's not too loud.
A lot of this isn't going to make sense to you, and I'm sorry about that. I'm just going to start at the beginning, with the house.
So, sorry for the shitty graphics quality, it's what my computer can handle. Especially while I'm streaming. This is already a bit much. I hope you enjoy it nonetheless, though, because I will. I will have a lot of fun playing this. And I will probably come back to it a few times, because it's a fun game, you know? Here we are. So it looks like, I'm gonna stop for a minute to say, it looks like we have an engagement ring on our necklace there. I've never noticed that until now. So that's cute. I like that.
I lived here until I was 11, but I wasn't allowed inside half the rooms.
These flowers are pretty. I wish I could identify them. I wish I could identify them because I feel like they might be symbolic, but I don't know. I love that little mailbox.
Inside the mailbox were bills from 7 years ago, marked urgent, open immediately. I hadn't been back since my brother Lewis's funeral.
Listen to them frogies croaking. Hello, Diedrich. This is the person that got me the game. Everybody thank Diedrich for this experience. Diedrich is here. Hello, Diedrich.
In her will, my mother left me a key, but didn't tell me what it unlocked. Maybe she thought I'd know. Or she thought that the mystery would be enough to bring me back.
Because I'm on such low graphics, the sign doesn't want to load in.
No one had driven this way in a long time, but I saw a few hoof prints.
Dear! Go, boy, run!
The truth is, even after I inherited the house, I never thought I'd come back to it. But now I had questions about my family that only the house knew the answers to.
What a house. Honestly, what a house. I would turn the graphics up, but for everybody's sake I won't because I can see it is lagging on stream. It's running fine on my computer, it's just stream does not like this game. But that's okay because I'm determined, I'm gonna play it anyway. Maybe I'll come back to it in a few years when I have a better computer to give you guys a better, smoother experience, but for now... That didn't work. If the brightness just makes it, like, bright, why would you... Sure. I hope you guys can see fine, because I kinda can't, but it's okay. The darker spaces are gonna be the hard ones. Missing persons poster.
The house was exactly like I remembered it, the way I'd been dreaming about it. As a child, the house made me uncomfortable in a way I couldn't put into words. Now, as a 17-year-old, I knew exactly what those words were. I was afraid of the house.
I've somehow forgotten that that's a dialogue line in this game. Not gonna lie. 17. Orphaned. Pregnant. Edith, you have a lot going on here. I don't know how I want to feel about this, Edith. I don't know how I want to feel about this, Edith. It's okay. I'm not judging Edith.
I hoped the key might unlock the front door. It didn't. Looking in, I felt like the house itself had been waiting for me.
The controls in this are very bizarre. Just a heads up. So if you see me moving slow or doing things difficultly, that's why. Recreate the house in Sims? Oh, Diedrich. That's a hefty challenge right there. I would need to play this game several times and take so many pictures. And there's still no way I could do this in The Sims. This is difficult. No handle on the garage. Bizarre, but alright.
Crawling through the doggy door used to be a lot easier when I was 11.
You know, and not pregnant, but go on, Edith. Haven't even been in the house yet? Well, I mean, I know what the inside of the house is like. I've seen this game several times and played it before, so...
The power had been turned off the night we left. For the first time in years, I felt like I was home.
Oh yeah, I will give a quick warning before we continue for motion sickness. I personally don't get that with this game, but I know there's quite a few people who get pretty bad motion sickness from this game. Especially with the lag in my stream. I'm so sorry about that.
But instead of a family, there were just memories of one.
Edith, Edie, Dawn, and Lewis. Alright, I'm gonna need to turn up my graphics just a little. That's better. Now I can see some of the textures. In loving memory, Lewis Finch, December 27th, 1988 to November 21st, 2010. Beloved brother to Edith, son of Dawn, great-grandson to Edie. Memorial service, Finch Family Cemetery, 2141 Fireweed Road. So many things were just left behind.
Like how after Lewis started working at the cannery, we all got sick of eating salmon. Except our cat, Molly.
I feel like I wasn't supposed to get that dialogue yet, but it's okay.
Or how only one restaurant would deliver to our house, so we had Chinese a lot.
Look at all that fucking fish. God damn. You can hear the wind in this place.
The table was still a wreck from the night we left. It was like a bomb had gone off, killing everyone but sparing the furniture. My mom was the only one of us who could imagine Great-Grandma Edie living in a nursing home.
That's the sad thing with nursing homes is sometimes you have to... Oh no, I know that dialogue was supposed to happen. I just don't think it was supposed to happen in the order I had it in. I feel like I missed something. But, maybe it did happen in the right order. Maybe I'm just dumb. But yeah, no, like, that's the sad thing is sometimes nursing homes are completely necessary, especially if the person that you're putting in a nursing home is incapable of caring for themselves and you are incapable of caring for them. Which, I mean, is really sad and scary. But from what I can tell, from what I know of this game, yeah, no, Edie didn't need to be in a nursing home. Yeah, clearly she had some health issues, but they were capable of caring for Edie, and Edie was pretty stubborn to care for herself. You know what I mean? Very stubborn. What a house, though.
Nothing in the house looked abnormal. There was just too much of it, like a smile with too many teeth.
Out that window. It's a beautiful view out there. I love it so much.
Even the fireplace had a story. Edie told me the bricks came from the original house, after it sank.
Dawn Finch, living room. Look at that house. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, Edie... here's the thing about Edie, I think, in my opinion, at least. She was a danger to others, but to a certain extent. She was a danger to others if you let her talk too much. And she wasn't particularly a danger to herself unless you left her alone. Which, with how many kids were in the house, well, I mean, considering it was only Edith and her mom at that point, I can see why it would have been, like, you know, hard to take care of her. But they're a very well-off family, if that isn't abundantly clear. They could have probably afforded, like, an in-home nurse for Edie, at the very best. And even then, like, I don't know, I have a bias, because while, yes, I think it would be the best thing for my grandmother to be in maybe a nursing home, I would never send her to a nursing home, just like I would never send my mother to a nursing home. It doesn't feel right. It feels like you're abandoning somebody, in my opinion. So I can see where Edith is coming from in not wanting Edie to go to a nursing home, but I can also see where her mom is coming from in Edie being a danger. Because Edie is the cause of this entire game, pretty much. And it's not even by her own fault, to a degree. There's a lot that goes into it, which, I mean, I will probably ramble about quite a bit going forward.
Mom always told me to stay out of the basement, so I wasn't too surprised when the key didn't fit. Great-Grandpa Sven built a music box for Barbara, along with the rest of the house.
Oh yeah, Dawn was in a very difficult spot with all of this, because I see, like, without giving too much away, because we are gonna learn stuff later, and I want it to be, like, a surprise for anyone who hasn't seen the game that might see this. I can see where Dawn comes from with a lot of her decisions, just like I can see where Edith comes from and where Edie comes from. I can see it from everybody's side of the story. And I can see why things turned out the way they did.
My mom wasn't much of an optimist, but she never stopped believing that my brother Milton was alive.
Which, side note about this, the people who made this game do have another game about Milton. Specifically. So, if anyone's interested in that in the future, you can very, very much so put in a request for it, if you pay for the game. Oh yeah, it's a bit of a fault for everybody. I feel like with this story, to a degree, everybody and nobody is at fault, because it all starts with Edie and it goes downhill from there. Everybody is at fault, but at the same time, nobody can be blamed. If I remember correctly, I think the, sequel game, yeah, the game about, yeah, like you said, yeah, it's, I believe it is called The Unfinished Swan. Yeah. I would very much like to play that game, because I've never actually seen it before. I've seen this game and played through it several times. I love this game. And the reason I'm saying I've played through it several times, but I've only just bought it now, is because we used to have it on our PS4. We got it for free with the, like, PS4, PlayStation Plus, whatever. We got it for free off of that. And, I did play through Edith Finch when we owned it on the PS4, like, 3 or 4 different times. I played through it quite a bit. And, unfortunately, our PS4 broke, and we had to completely factory reset the thing to make it work again, which is why I now did not own the game until right here. And even if I did still own it on the PS4, I wouldn't have been able to stream it for you today, because I don't have a way to hook it up to my computer. But yeah, no, I haven't seen anything for The Unfinished Swan yet. I would very much like to play it, though. So, I mean, if anyone ever wants to put in a special request for it, if you can pay for the game, we can play it. I will say, that is my policy for any game. If you have a request for a game you want to see me play, if I don't own it, pay for it and I'll play it. Straight up, I won't lie to you on that. I will play it if you pay for it. Because, I mean, yeah. Go off. Taking notes. Diedrich, I swear to God. But yeah, continuing.
A lot of things got left behind in the whirlwind of that last night. Edie told me once that every Finch who ever lived is buried somewhere in the library.
Man, look at all those pictures. That's like generations of a family right there. It's so neat. I really do like this whole thing. I like this house. I like this story. I like it all. It's all so pretty.
After Milton disappeared, Mom sealed up all the bedrooms. Then Edie retaliated and drilled peepholes.
Sounds about right for Edie. Such a pretty little door. Molly, 1937 to 1947.
Molly always seemed like a girl I could imagine being friends with, if she hadn't died in 1947. Whenever people ask me about my family, the first thing they always want to know about is Barbara.
I understand the ceiling of the bedrooms to be as more of a symbolic thing than a realistic thing, in this story at least. Because here's the thing about it, right? The ceiling of the bedrooms is very much... I feel like it was a trauma response for Dawn. Like, her son vanished, and she blamed all of this on her mother. Or, well, grandmother, more so than her mother. She blamed it all on her grandmother, because Edie makes all these whimsical, beautiful, fictional stories about the deaths of their family. She glorifies it. She makes big, extravagant gravestones out of it. And because of that glorification of death and creativity, I feel like Dawn kind of snapped, like, no, you glorify these rooms, you make these rooms into something so special, but they're not. It's just the memories of people who are gone, and since you won't let me get rid of them, I'll just seal them off. I'll close them away so that way nobody else has to think about it, to hear about it, so that way nobody else has to be affected by your stories. I think it was a desperate attempt after losing her son to basically tell her mother, I've had enough, knock it off. And obviously I do not believe Edie listened. I believe Edie was very much so still a danger to those around her. in the regard of her glorification of death. Which I'll talk about more as we go on, obviously. Because it is a big theme in this game and all.
Edie's father, Odin, built the original house.
Barbara, 1944 to 1960.
Barbara was a child star for 2 years, until America grew out of it.
Yeah, that's usually how it is with child stars. America forgets about you. If you don't make a big break, then that's it. Sven and Edie. It's Grandma's room. Sven Hofstad Finch, 1915 to 1964. And Edie, 1917 to 2010.
The last time I was in Edith Sr.'s room, I was 10 and she was painting my portrait.
Calvin and Sam. Calvin, 1950 to 1961.
My Grandpa Sam spent 7 years sharing a room with his dead brother, Calvin.
Who put Edie's death year on her door? Edith and Dawn were gone. I mean, to be fair, I don't think anyone ever said that Dawn didn't return to the house. 'Cause, I mean, sure they left the house, but her mom still had the keys. Dawn left it to Edith in her will, clearly. And clearly she still cared about her family home, so maybe she came back here when Edie died just to, you know, add her to the door, to add her to the memories, because, I mean, her name, by the time they left, that death plate, like, that plate was probably already on the door. It probably already said 1917, but then didn't have a death year, you know? So I imagine Dawn was probably like, well, there's already a birth year, might as well go add the death year. Maybe to make it, like, finalizing for some reason, for some kind of closure. There's a lot of explanations for why that could have occurred. I don't think any of them are healthy explanations, to be fair. 'Cause why come back to a place you don't want to be in just for that? But, oh well. And then this one is probably the one that I hate the most. Gregory, 1976 to 1977. Exactly a year old.
As a kid, I just assumed every house had peepholes and sealed rooms you weren't allowed inside of.
It's the fucking bathroom for Gregory. Ugh.
I spent a lot of time playing in Great Uncle Walter's room. I think my mom sometimes regretted not sealing it up.
Now this is a room that I think I would like to live in. All of the ocean. I think it's really pretty in here. Like, it says the Finches there, and it has the painting of the old sunken house and the whales. I think this place is really beautiful. This room right here.
Lewis told me there were secret passages, but I never believed him.
20,000 leagues under the sea. I think, I'm gonna hold off on opening that book. I think that Walter's room was left open because Walter was one of the, I would say, last few to die. 'Cause Walter lived longer than Dawn's father did. Like, if I were to open this book, like, Sam is Dawn's dad, right here. He only lived until 1983. Walter lived until 2005. And I think Dawn knew that Walter was alive and was keeping his room open in case he came back. So I think that, like, leaving the way that they did, since it was so abrupt so quickly, I think she just didn't care to close the door. I think she just didn't care to seal it off ever. Yeah, Walter lived well past when Milton disappeared. 'Cause Milton disappeared in 2003 and then Walter died in 2005. Or, well, Milton, I think, disappeared before 2003, but they officially declared him dead in 2003. So Milton was missing while Walter was still alive and in the house. Which, I mean, I guess is spoiler territory because you're not supposed to know he's still in the house by this point. But, you know, it's an older game, and I mean, anybody who wanted a proper playthrough probably checked out at this point because of my graphics. And I've never been one to spoiler things, like, to spoiler warning on this channel. So, you know, yeah, Walter, I imagine that Dawn did keep Walter's room open because she had faith that maybe, right up until the day he died, that maybe he would come back and stay with them for a while. You know, stay in the house, be a part of the family, and when he died, she was like, well, shit. And she just, by that point, was too done to bother.
Turns out, my mom was really good at keeping secrets. Now it was time to find out what my mom had been afraid of. From the paintings on the wall, it was clear my brother Milton had been here before me.
The painting of the cat from Milton. I think, I will say wholeheartedly now, like, knowing what I do about this game, I think Milton, I mean, I don't know anything about the game that is specifically about Milton. I don't know anything about the Unfinished Swan, but what I do know is that I think, just from what I know about this game, I think Milton disappeared on purpose. Personally, I think he disappeared on purpose because he came through here, clearly, before he went missing. He saw all of the sealed off rooms and the tiny little passageways. And I think Milton saw what others didn't, and he saw that, well, clearly this house is a problem. Clearly that staying here won't help anyone. And, I mean, yeah, he was very young, but I think Milton understood something on a deeper level that the rest of the family didn't, and that's why he left. And, of course, being so little, I feel like, yeah, they weren't sealed until after Milton. He came in through all of these rooms and passages, and he knew something that he didn't. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Edith always says, like, when talking about the rooms, Edith says that she remembers looking through the peepholes. She remembers, you know, the doors always being sealed. I think what it was is the doors were locked, but they weren't properly sealed until, you know, after Milton left. They weren't given the plaques and the, you know, proper peepholes. They probably just had holes drilled in the doors. until Milton went missing. At least in my opinion, from what I think and can gather from the things that they say in the game. But yeah, like I said, I think Milton found his ways into the rooms, he found his ways through the tunnels, and he figured out something that he wasn't supposed to know. And because of it, he ran away from home. I don't think Edith was a baby, because she does remember him disappearing. She remembers him going missing, and all of the missing posters, he's, probably, 8, I want to guess, when he's in the missing posters. So Edith was probably born? I don't know. Let me see. There's math. Milton is born in 1992, Edith is born in 1999. I don't know, the math is a little wonky, because Edith does recall knowing Milton. She recalls, what it was like when he went missing, so there's no way she could have been a baby when he disappeared. You know? But then that makes me think that maybe he did disappear in 2003, and that's not the year that they presume him to have died in. It's just, they officially declared him dead as of the year he went missing, maybe. And in that case, if he did, go missing in 2003, I would think 1999, 2000. She would have been 4 if he went missing in 2003, so not a baby. Still, old enough to remember. Old enough to have known what was kind of going on. And to have seen the rooms before he left, At least I think. Yeah, Dawn never thought he died. Dawn never gave up hope in thinking he was alive, but they did have to officially declare him dead at some point. Which is why he has a tombstone, or a memorial, as Dawn would have wanted to call it, in the family graveyard. Because, that's how all cases really go, especially in the early 2000s. If somebody is missing for long enough, they're declared dead until further notice, And nowadays they don't do that as much, because people are always holding out hope that, the person they're missing will return. But, I think it was the case of, with the family's history of death, they just went, you know what, he's probably gone, he's probably done for. But yeah, I truly think that Milton ran away because he saw something in the house that nobody else did. Yeah, I wouldn't believe that he went to another plane of existence. Because, I do think all of this is rooted in reality. I think that the gimmicks we see, the funny little things that we see in the stories is, it's rooted in reality with a fantastical flair brought on by how Edie talked about these things, And I feel like Edith takes after Edie in a way of being kind of encouraging creativity in the way somebody thinks about death, I guess, is how I'm trying to put this. Because, I think that Milton ran away because he saw something in the house that nobody else saw and died well after he went missing. Because I do think he probably did find somewhere safe and make it to adulthood, given we have a whole game about him. I just don't think that he, lived as long as we think. From what I've heard from other people, supposedly Milton is, alive and has a child. So if that is the case, then, Dawn was right to hold out hope. I think Milton he saw the faults in his family and wanted to get away from it. expect me to talk a lot throughout this and repeat myself a lot. This is gonna be a long game. We're in it for the long haul, boys. But yeah, Milton. I do think he ran away for a reason.
Reading this, maybe it sounds like I had a plan. But I had no idea what was behind that door. Just like I had no idea where all this was gonna lead.
Oh boy. Little owl whistle. I can't read that trophy. It definitely says something.
I grew up looking at Molly's room through the peephole. Being inside for the first time, I felt like I'd stepped behind a painting. Molly's gerbil had a tiny bedroom with its own even tinier gerbil cage.
I think it's funny that she gave her gerbil a little bedroom. You can even see the little tube going all the way down into that dresser. (1947). And now, I will say going into this, I've heard a lot of criticisms about this particular death. So after we play through the death, I am gonna talk about it. I'm gonna talk about all of them after we play through their little stories. Oh yeah, it all started with Molly's death. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. I will say this, yeah. It definitely all started with Molly and her death. I think, because Edie is Molly's mother, if I remember correctly, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, because Molly is her child, obviously. I think Edie feels guilty. I think she feels responsible for Molly's death, because Molly was her first child. Molly was her daughter, her baby, like... That was her little princess, clearly, because look at her room. So I think Edie felt guilty over Molly's death. Maybe not enough to go into full-on storybook fantasy mode yet, but enough to start kind of losing her mind a little bit, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think Edie was coping well with the loss of her daughter.
I got the sense Edie had spent a lot of time here. Before my mom sealed the doors.
Yeah. I definitely think that Edie blames herself for what happened to Molly. Because, like I said, I will talk about her death more in depth here in a minute after her section. So let's start with Molly, 1937 to 1947. Keep in mind, it was the 40s when she died.
December 13th, 1947. Dear Diary, I'll be gone soon, but I wanted to tell somebody about what's gonna happen. It started when Mom sent me to bed without dinner. I woke up and I was starving, so I looked around for something to eat. Halloween candy was all gone. Mom, can I come out now?
Sweetheart, it's late. Go to sleep.
The gerbil food was dry, but I didn't mind it. I thought about eating Christopher, but I held back.
You win this day, Christopher. I'm gonna go over here first before I go do that in case I can click on something else. No.
I kept eating and eating.
Now this is the one that a lot of people get upset about.
I ate a lot of things that night.
I'm telling you now, this is Holly. And if you know anything about Holly, Holly is poisonous.
Then I heard chirping outside my window. It was a barn swallow going back to her nest. I reached out for her. And suddenly, I was a cat. I tried to be quiet, but the bird was really scared. Mom and Dad didn't even look at me.
There's the bird up there.
I jumped and I almost got her.
There you are, you bitch.
I could tell she was getting really tired. Now I was up in the big tree. I promised Dad I wouldn't climb it anymore. All I cared about was eating that mama bird. I gobbled her up. And suddenly, I was an owl. First, all I heard was the wind.
Sorry, pausing. Sorry. Toothpaste back then was deadly. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat. I was focused on being a cat. Oh my god, Ethan. Oh jeez. Good morning. I'm gonna check Discord real quick since you're up. Just to make sure you got my message. Oh, also my cat is off of my mouse. I know I said that to you guys, the both of you, but yeah. Ah, there we go. Well, no harm done. Cool. Good. But yeah, oh jeez. Fucking A. Well, there you go, Joseph. You're out of trouble. Woo! All right, owl time.
Then I heard little teeth nibbling in the grass.
Where is it? This part is really difficult.
Rabbits. I imagined his face looking up and seeing mine through my talons. I swallowed him up, and I didn't chew one bit. Then I flew off to find something bigger. A mama rabbit.
Where is it? Heard you. Oh, I went in the ground a little there.
She was almost too big to carry. I started choking, but I couldn't stop eating. And suddenly, I was a shark.
Yeah, that is funny. Oh boy. Well, hopefully he's alright now. It sounds like it, so...
I rolled off a cliff and into the ocean. Now, I was hungrier than ever. I wanted fat, juicy seals.
Hey, excuse me. I ran right at that motherfucker. Hello? Hello, the fucko. Where did you go? Oh, there you are, you son of a bitch. Come here.
I tore off her flipper, and it tasted really good.
Yeah, the shark going down the fucking hill is funny. Where did you go, flipper bitch? There you are! I spotted you through the kelp. Where did you go?
I grabbed on tight, but I was so hungry, I jumped out of the water. When I opened my eyes, everything had changed.
Excuse me. Oh, there we go.
Now I was a monster, and I smelled people everywhere. I was big, but I moved real quiet. wanted to stop, but also I didn't.
Drunken sailor, what shall we do with a drunken sailor? His belly with a rusty razor, his belly with a rusty razor, his belly with a rusty razor.
Diedrich said we have to let him finish singing. We're letting him finish singing.
What shall we do with a drunken sailor? What shall we do with a drunken sailor? What shall we do with a drunken sailor? Put him in bed with the captain's daughter. Put him in bed with the captain's daughter. Put him in bed with the captain's daughter. What shall we do with a drunken
Also,
sailor?
they're listening to Christmas music because she died in December. Molly died in December.
What shall we do with a drunken sailor? What shall we do with a drunken sailor? What shall we do with a drunken sailor? Put him in the scuppers with a hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with a hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with a hose pipe on him. Early in the morning. What shall we do with a drunken sailor? What shall we do?
Alright, I'm gonna get real bored of that real fast. Let's go!
Passenger, I was still hungry. And across the water, I smelled something new. Something I had to have, so I swam towards it. I slithered onto the sand, and the good smell went into an old pipe. I got closer and closer. All of my stomach started growling. And suddenly, I was me again. I held my breath for a long time, but I couldn't hear anything. I think it's waiting for me to fall asleep, but it's not going to wait much longer. It needs to feed, and we both know I will be delicious.
I'm not sure if I believed all of that, but I'm sure Edie would have.
So Molly, right? Here's the thing about Molly. A lot of people are, like, super skeptical about her death because a lot of people cry child abuse about Molly's death with Edie. But here's the thing. In 1947, it was an extremely common punishment to send your child to bed without dinner if they'd done something wrong. So in that regard, Edie hadn't done anything bad, per se. She was doing what she thought was correct as a parent, because that's what everybody back then did when they thought they were being, doing the right thing as a parent. So sending her to bed without dinner was, not excusable, but still understandable. Locking the door is what is more inexcusable, because it's, the thought process is this was preventable. If Edie had left the door unlocked, then she would have been able to, it became child abuse in like the late 60s, early 70s. But yeah, if Edie had left the door unlocked, Molly could have gone down to the kitchen and gotten a snack, and she would never have died. Because here's the thing, the stuff she ate was toothpaste, gerbil food, and holly berries. Gerbil food isn't that bad. It was just a carrot. It's not gonna kill her. Toothpaste in the 1940s, though, was extremely toxic. And even today, you are not supposed to eat toothpaste because it can poison you and it can kill you. Holly berries, though, despite being a very, very common decoration, even today, are very poisonous. We had hollyberry bushes in my front garden when I was a child, and I came in one day with hollyberries smashed on my hands, and my mom thought I had eaten them, and she freaked out because they are poisonous. And debatably, you shouldn't keep something poisonous in the reach of children, but also this was the 1940s. In the 1940s, things that were poisonous were often kept in the reach of children, like lead paint, wallpapers that had asbestos in them, poisonous paints, poisonous items, plants, things like that were always kept in the reach of children back in the 1940s, because nobody knew any better in the 1940s. It was something that we had to learn from having people die, which is unfortunate. But Molly eating the hollyberries and the toothpaste is what I think sealed her death, because the consumption of hollyberries can cause nausea, it can cause diarrhea, it can cause vomiting, which can lead to dehydration, which can lead to hallucinations and death, especially in young children. Because Molly was locked in her room and consumed poison, and her parents likely did not check on her until the morning, she probably, from the poison, had, vomiting and diarrhea, which led to dehydration, which led to hallucinations, unconsciousness, and then death. Everything in this game, I will tell you now, I am going to root into reality and give a reasonable explanation for. Because obviously there's no way that story she told was real. To an extent. I believe that the story she told was the hallucinations of a dying child. And as sad and unfortunate as that is, I think it definitely could have been prevented. If the door had been left unlocked, I don't think Molly would have died. I think she would have been fine. But Edie locked the door, and that was what killed Molly in the end, was the door being locked, preventing her from going and getting food. And I think that is probably why Edie blames herself for Molly's death, because I think Edie knows that if I hadn't sent her to bed without dinner, if I hadn't locked the door, maybe my little girl would have lived. And, that is really sad and unfortunate. So, Molly, 1937 to 1947. Most likely died from dehydration and poison. R.I.P. Molly. Oh, there is a cat on that branch. I have to be right back, because I've been asked to do something, but please do discuss in my chat while I'm gone. I'll be right back. I return from the depths of the void. I'm gonna read what you guys said, yeah. 100% that the story was part of the push that made Edie start writing her stories. Oh yeah, for sure. She saw Molly's own diary and it pushed her over the edge, since she had apparently spent so long in there, yeah. Since I wasn't here for the start of the game, the main character is a Finch, yeah, or did she find the Finch's diaries? So the main character we're playing as right here is Edith. Edith Finch, the last living relative of the Finch family. She is 17, she is pregnant, and she's in her family's home. I mean, it's easy to see without spoiling that everybody is dead. They all have death dates in the book here. So yeah, Edith Finch is the last living relative of the family. She's exploring her family's home after the death of her mother. After she's inherited the house. Yeah, she's trying to find out what happened to her family and, like, collect all the information. The narration we see in the game is her writing a journal for her unborn child. That's not spoilery. Definitely not spoilery, I'll say that. 'Cause it's very clear she's pregnant. It's not a spoiler, it's not a surprise. The diary she's writing is for her child. She's writing the history of her family because, as she says in the start of the game even, her mother kept the history of their family a secret from her. She didn't tell her the stories. She didn't tell her how everybody died or what all happened. She simply pushed it under the rug because she didn't want to think about it. So Edith is writing the journal because she doesn't want her child to be in the dark about it. She wants her child to know their family and to know the stories and the history. But yeah, there is a cat out there. When I was watching Gab play, she was like, there was a cat out there, right? I'm not crazy. Because, yeah, see? We open it, and then the cat jumps down. We're out on the roof. Ayo. Pregnant on the roof. Let's go, boys.
This will be obvious later, but my mom never told me any of these stories. Edie would have, but Mom didn't like bringing up the past. Though, when we adopted a stray kitten, she was the one who named it Molly.
I think it's sweet that her mom named a kitten after Molly. You know? Because Molly was her mom's aunt. So I think it's sweet that her mom named a kitten after her dead aunt, knowing how those stories went.
I spent a lot of time in Great-Grandma Edie's room.
All these little bird cages memorialized for their dead pets. So, Burpee the bird, 1940 to 1948. Bob the snake, 1980 to 1984. This one here is Rob. Looks like a lizard. I can't crouch in this game manually, so I don't know. I can't read the dates on that one. Lurpy the bird, 1952 to 1963. Purpley the bird, 1973 to 1979. This one doesn't have a nameplate, surprisingly enough, but it's another bird. And then shrine sketches. What does this one say? Derpy, another bird, 1968 to 1981. Zerpy, an owl, 1992 to 1995. That one down there is another bird. I think it says Furpy or Perpy, 1988 to 1991. And this one up here, Derpy Jr., 1994 to 2006.
Edie gave a big interview about a mole man living under the Finch house. My mom was furious. I hadn't thought of myself as Edith Jr. for a long, long time.
Sam Photo Award 69, Conspiracy Now, Edith Jr. Lake Trip, Sam Medal Ceremony 68, Home Movies, Weird America, The Finches, My Friend Bigfoot, Channel 1 Edith Interview, Random Junk, Sam and Kay's Wedding 68, Dawn Poetry Recital 76, Channel 1 Edith Interview, Molly Concepts, Mural Sketches, Edie Won't Go, Orca's Island Gazette, 72-year-old woman refuses to evacuate because of a little forest fire.
One summer, they evacuated the island, but Edie refused to go. For a few weeks, she was a celebrity.
Built 1973, Sven Finch.
When Edie told people Sven was killed by a dragon, She could also have said he was building a dragon-shaped slide that collapsed. She could have, but she didn't.
Sven. Taxidermy. Taxidermy for the home, that book says. Orca's Island Gazette. Dragon kills Finch. Tragedy strikes at Finch family pond. Celebration turns to mourning. And then there's a picture of him fucking falling off the thing. Damn.
Even in her 90s, sometimes Edie seemed a lot younger than my mother.
A paper shark. Norwegian folk tales. Look at that painting. Isn't that beautiful?
Edie knit me a new pair of gloves every year, just in time to replace the old ones.
Which we are wearing gloves, by the way, presumably knit by Edie. Yeah. The dwarf.
Lewis died a week before we left, but Edie had already started to memorialize him.
There goes Lewis. Edie painting Walter's room. Molly 1943, Barbara 1949, Calvin and Sam 1952, Walter 1955, Dawn 1970, Gus 1971, Gregory 1977, Lewis 1993, Milton 1945, and Edith 2004. Such a pretty room. And there's the little embroidery. Lewis 1988 to 2010. What Edie was planning to memorialize him with.
Her room was like a museum.
It's wanting me to look at this, but I don't want to just yet. Look at the little birds and hats. Cute. Clearly Edie was in rough shape when they left. Prescriptions.
The only trace Grandpa Sam's first wife, Kay, left on the house was the pink bathroom. It was a pretty big trace.
This is the door that says Gregory on it. There's where I have to go when I'm done with this area. The chair in the shower. Odin, 1880 to 1937. The Mysteries of Death and Thereafter, Odin Finch, and Odin Finch joining the great majority. I think her father is where Edie gets her obsession with death from, since clearly her dad was very into the concept of death and it being such a mystery.
For 500 years, the Finches have been famous throughout Norway for their fortune and misfortune. Odin Finch buries the latest victims of the family curse, his wife Ingeborg and their newborn son, Johan. On January 7th, 1937, he set sail with his family and his house, hoping to leave the curse behind. But 40-foot waves off the coast of Washington send the house and Odin to the bottom of the sea. Odin's daughter Edie, with husband Sven and baby Molly, step ashore on their new home, Orcas Island. Odin Finch is the first to be buried in the new family cemetery.
He was only 57 when he died. Yeah. Eggy. Yeah. Man. Yeah, this whole family is oof. So, that's another thing. Edie had a brother. She had a little brother, and her little brother was an infant when him and her mom died. So, like, oh, that's gotta hurt. I can imagine how Edie was probably pretty mentally unwell, given everything that's happened in her life. It's yikes.
His daughter Edie is already dreaming of a new Finch house.
Look at Edie with her husband and Molly.
Whatever's wrong with this family, it goes back a long ways.
I assume that from just that, their family had a pretty good history with tragic deaths even before this current timeline that we're on. But considering Odin is from the 1880s to the 1930s, it's not like death was, anything but tragic in that time. Deaths happened a lot and very quickly. I'm not talking too much about Odin and his death because, his is very normal and very self-explanatory. It's not glamorized. It's not, Yeah, he was considered elderly already by the time he was 40. So, he was destined to die anyway in his time period. His death isn't unusual, and it's not glamorized like a lot of the other deaths are. So, it's not worth talking about for as long as the other ones are.
There's a secret in this bathroom. It's in the last place you would look. It isn't in the cupboard. It's hidden in this book. Sven gave Sam an old camera he'd refurbished. He never put it down.
I think that is Sven and Dawn. No, wait, not Sven. Sam and Dawn together in that picture. Some other old photos. The Odin Finch Memorial Park. Calvin Finch's grave. there's a picture framed there. Because that fell inward. I didn't even notice that it was upside down now. Milton. Milton's been everywhere, man. I'm telling you. I get the sense from, like, this as well that Milton probably, like, I don't know, came home and lived in the walls when everyone had left. I know that's probably not what happened in the slightest, but that's the vibe I get, you know? Sam Finch, 1963, most improved player.
I knew Grandpa Sam had a twin. And that he never talked about him.
We can overlook the Remore in a little bit, but first I want to get through Calvin's part.
I guess my grandpa didn't like history any more than my mom did.
Calvin, 1950 to 1961.
How I Want to Remember My Brother by Sam Finch. The thing I remember is that when he made up his mind, that was it. My brother said he'd die before he ate another mushroom, and he did. At Barbara's funeral, we swore we'd never be afraid again, and he wasn't. I think Calvin always wanted to fly.
Sam! Calvin! Dinner's ready!
Coming! But that day, he finally made up his mind to do it. I told him going around was impossible. And maybe if I hadn't said that,
Calvin! I'm not gonna tell you again!
or maybe if the wind hadn't picked up, then maybe he'd still be here. But I doubt it. I think he'd already made up his mind. That's what I want to remember about my brother. The day he made up his mind to fly. And he did.
Calvin's story felt strangely familiar. When I was younger, I remember trying to do the exact same thing.
So yeah, he was 11. Like Ethan said. Ethan does the math for us. Thank you, Ethan. I won't hold Edie accountable, so to speak, for this. Was it stupid to put a swing on the edge of a cliff like that? Yes. But honestly, like, I would assume she probably told them, hey, don't swing too far, don't jump off of the swing, because you will get hurt. And I can imagine that Calvin's broken leg was probably him jumping off of that swing and learning that you don't fuck around and find out. But yeah, Calvin, poor buddy, he found out what happens when you fuck around and go too high on a swing over a cliff. And like Sam said in his little, you know, note there, maybe if the wind hadn't picked up, Calvin wouldn't have been thrown as high in the air as he was. But it was a windy day, and it carried him because he was small. Yeah, Molly was 10, Calvin was 11, and Odin was 57. Yeah, now your parents' warnings make sense. Entirely true. Like, I won't lie, I was a stupid little shit when I was a kid. I liked to do things I wasn't supposed to. But, you know, I understand why warnings are there. Because dangerous. Ruh-roh.
After the funeral, Edie roped off Calvin's half of the room. Mom said Grandpa Sam enlisted at 18 and never set foot in the room again.
Yeah. To Command Center, September 1961. Fort Calvin. He really did have a cute little room, you know? Yeah, she probably did tell them to swing facing away from the cliff, and she could have put it in the woods, but she probably could see them better there. That's very true. Yeah, any kid would. They don't realize the danger till either they have a near-death experience or they look back as an adult and see how scary it was. Swing facing away from the cliff. Swinging facing the cliff was asking for trouble. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I can definitely say that for sure. Like, a lot of, like, honestly, I think it was pretty dangerous that my swing set when I was a little kid was right up against, like, the forest at the back of our house. Because we did have coyotes in the area. And I would be allowed out there pretty late at night as long as my mom could see me out the window. But obviously you think it's safe because, well, I can see my kid. It's not like it's gonna be a big deal. I'll give Edie this one. I think that she probably put it there because she could see them better, probably gave them plenty of warnings, and thought it was safe. And when it wasn't safe, well, you know... Oops. Also, look at that. There they are, painted on the door, Sam and Calvin. Age 8, 1958. And then their heights continue until 1961, where Calvin stops and Sam continues. I think that's really sad how one height stops and the other continues, especially given they were twins. That must hurt so much to look at. A tire swing that could go really high. Not to go too high or we'd fall off. Kept pushing higher and higher. Yeah, yeah. See, that's exactly why you're told to be careful on swings. You go too high, you can get injured if you fall off. The fact she left the swing... Yeah... I mean, I think she left the swing there after Calvin died because she didn't see, like... I think it was sentimental to her. I think it was like she couldn't bring herself to take down the thing that killed her son. Yeah. Yeah. I've been on a tire swing before, and I went really, really, really high in the air to the point where, like, I could see over buildings, and thinking about it now, if I had fallen, I probably would have broken my neck. Or a limb. And I could have been seriously hurt or killed, and I didn't even think about it. Ugh, man, heights scare me for that reason. Yeah, swings are not something to fuck around with. Well, let's look at Sam's area just a little bit. Fort Sam, there's the camera and some of his film and his photo books and his photos. Orcas Island Regional High School. Cobra Battalion Bravo Company Certificate of Achievement is presented to Samuel Finch for obtaining a 120% deportment grade in the third quarter of the 1967 to 1968 school year. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It is a good thing your sister didn't go over that fence. That would have been... Oops. Odin Finch National Park. Isn't that pretty? Sam was a smoker, I see. Understandable given what he's been through. And there's his little desk in that nook there. Very cute. I think, yeah, he also has kind of a desk over here. Well, it's a dresser, but then he has kind of like space. That's where I'm supposed to be going. It's trying to railroad me there. Enlist. Join and fight. Army man. Can't go over it anymore. But yeah, you can see he had a little way to climb up there and get into that little pit over there. He's got the football helmet and everything. And then this on the bed. Captured the secret lives of war photographers. Railroad, you say? No! Yeah, at least it's a funny story to look back on now. Oh yeah, I would definitely warn our kids not to fuck around and find out with swing sets, for sure. Swing sets are an easy railroad into fuckery. United States Marine Corps Certificate of Acceptance, that says, I think. Fort Sam. Poor kid. Oh, I know where we're going now.
The passages were a pretty tight fit. They'd obviously been built for smaller hands and bellies.
"1960 Special Edition, Barbara Finch and Other Child Stars. What have they been doing? Where are they now?" Milton, here again.
Growing up, I always thought of Barbara as a child star.
This says Penelope's Diner, I think, on her uniform. Seattle Ballet Company presents Swan Lake, Belltown Theater. There's Barbara's door. Barbara. Now, I don't approve of this cabinet given, I think... Because, I mean, Barbara was a child star, sure, but, like, I don't think she appreciates having this here, given she, lost fame after this. Oh, Milton definitely knew the stories of all the deaths. Like I said before, I think that's why he went missing. He ran away from home, probably. Yeah, my friend Bigfoot Lunchbox. One of the old tapes. Introducing Barbara Finch. A little doll. My friend Bigfoot. Introducing Barbara Finch. Guest starring Bill Button as Bigfoot. Now showing. And then there's like fan mail and a Bigfoot mask and a plate with her face on it. I can't read the trophy. There's her dress.
I never thought about how hard it must have been for her afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah, Penelope's Diner. The Seattle Starlets. All of her books. Dress form. There's Barbara. 1944 to 1960. All her records and her popcorn and all this. Happy birthday, Barbara. This is old. This is really old. I don't even know what it is. I can't tell. Is it a cookie? Maybe. Barbara also smoked, clearly. Not surprising, given it was the 60s. Strange Labyrinth. Ah, you got the picture of the mouse. Nice. Yeah, she was 16, and she didn't last long. You're right. Are we ready for Barbara? Poor Barbara. Dreadful Stories. Guest starring Barbara Finch. Here.
Of all the stories people wrote about Barbara's death, I'm surprised Edie saved this one.
old Jack here with another ghastly tale inspired by America's most unfortunate family. I'm calling it The Surprise Ending of Barbara Finch. As a child star, Barbara was famous for her scream. Now at 16, she was all washed up, a has-been. But in a lucky break, she'd been asked to perform her signature scream at a local convention for monster movie fans. It was just the boost her career needed. Unfortunately, her scream hadn't aged well.
Getting better. I think you just need the right motivation.
Her biggest fan and current boyfriend, Rick, was about to demonstrate when...
Now that was a great scream.
It was Barbara's father, Sven. He'd slipped into a table saw and had to be rushed to the emergency room. So Barbara got stuck babysitting her youngest brother, Walter. Her convention comeback was cancelled.
Sorry, interrupting. Yeah, Barbara's where Edie really lost it, I think, because for that to be publicized with that level of detail, it means Edie would have to tell someone the details. Here's what I think on this matter is, I think, yeah, Edie did really lose it with Barbara, especially given, you know, Barbara was, again, her child. These are all Edie's children who are dying right now, you know, and it's definitely a kick in the teeth for Edie, but I think, I don't think she told people what happened. I think it's more of a matter of, they're a famous family already, and police can be paid off, especially in the 60s, for a good story. I think what happened is probably, you know, the story was publicized in the news about what happened to Barbara, and people took it a little too far, people ran with it, the police were maybe paid to give out some details, because Barbara was famous, she was a child star. People would pay good money to know what caused the death of a child star. You know?
Okay, I'm hearing frustration, but I'm not hearing terror. What if I tried...
A gang of hoodlums in Halloween masks have been terrorizing Orcas Island tonight. Police are urging residents to...
That came from the basement.
You're right! Also, I loved your delivery on that. Why is your basement door locked?
Because my dad likes making puzzles and secret passages. There's a key hidden in the music box. The secret is to keep winding and winding until finally the key pops out.
Thanks, babe. I'll be back in a sec.
20 minutes later, Rick hadn't returned. So Barbara went to look for him, right on cue. She reached for the music box. And as she wound the key, she listened for Rick, but the house was silent. She found Rick's crutch and imagined the worst.
The gang's leader is the infamous Hookman Killer, Dr. Carl Hamill, who impaled and then ate his family 10 years ago tonight.
That's where Sven cut his hand on the table saw. Ouch. Sorry, okay. This is a serious moment. Serious time. Serious time.
The old fridge rattled and grew still.
Oh dear!
Oh.
Rick?
Barb, relax. I was just trying to scare you to help you find your scream.
Well, I'm not scared, Rick. I'm furious.
Then act furious. All I'm getting from you now is that you're hurt and confused and you...
She threw him out, but she kept a little something to remember him by.
Barb, have you seen my other crutch?
And she was still holding it when she fell asleep watching the late picture show. Hours later...
Barbara! Walter, what's going on up there? Ah! Okay, I'm coming up, but if this is a trick, you're dead, Walter.
Walter, are you there?
Walter had vanished, but his bedside radio was still on.
Orcas Island police describe the man as 6 feet tall, with a steel hook for a hand. Residents are urged to lock all doors and windows and notify the police of any suspicious activity.
Barbara turned, saw the hook man, and was speechless. He was quite smashing. And whoever he was, he couldn't get enough of Barbara.
Okay, Barbara, there's gotta be another way out of here.
That night, she played her part beautifully. Molly's door hadn't been opened in years. The hinges groaned. He wasn't moving, but she sensed the story might not be over yet. The hookman had vanished. She listened for his breathing, but all she heard was... someone at the door was dying to speak to young Barbara. At the door, she heard whispering. It was coming from inside the house.
Oh dear.
The monsters had come to surprise her. For Barbara, it was a dream come true. Then she saw what kind of monsters they were, and she realized what was about to happen. She was going to be famous. And with her final breath, Barbara Finch gave the performance of her life. I wasn't there myself, but I hear Barbara was magnificent. Poor girl. She had a taste for stardom. But unfortunately, so did her fans. Of course, the police blamed it all on poor Rick, who disappeared the same night. And little Walter, hiding under his bed the whole time. He took it all pretty hard, but that's another story. As for Barbara, tucked inside the music box was all they ever found of her. Her ear. Now that's what I call a real eerie tale.
Edie told me all Barbara wanted was to be remembered, as absurd as that comic was. Maybe what Edie saw was a happy ending.
Alright, talking about Barbara time. So, a lot of people think that her boyfriend killed her. I don't think so. I will say, I'll give their side of this thing, is, a lot of people say that Rick killed Barbara to make her scream, because, yeah, because a lot of people say that Rick killed Barbara to make him scream, because he was her #1 fan, you know? He wanted to hear her perform, so they blame it on him being, you know, crazy. I truly don't think that's what happened, though, because, yeah, like you said, the thing is, Rick had one crutch by the river, and Barbara had the other, meaning that Rick couldn't have done it, because he wouldn't have been able to get back into the house. Meaning that he was probably killed and overshadowed by Barbara's death, which is exactly right. I think what happened is that somebody was casing the Finch house to break in, because they are a rich and famous family. Somebody was probably casing the Finch house, planning to break in and hurt the family. And when Sven and Edie left to bring Sven to the hospital, they probably saw their chance, thinking, oh, well, it's just a bunch of helpless children in the house. And then, you know, Rick was thrown out. Whoever was out there probably killed Rick and got rid of the body, broke into the house, and then, you know, broke into the house while Barbara was sleeping. And then Walter saw that somebody was in their house and freaked out, and he called for Barbara, who came to help him. But in the end, the killer probably took her. I assume kidnapped her, really, more than killed her, because, you know, famous 16-year-old girl. What kidnapper wouldn't want that? Probably kidnapped her, maybe hoping for a ransom, but he cut off her ear to scare the family, maybe. And, you know, when they figured that she was murdered or missing, then the killer probably did things with Barbara, killed her, and got rid of the body. You know? I do think it's just a classic breaking and entering murder case with Barbara, because, I mean, Edie really fantasizes it in the way of that comic, where it's like, you know, no, nothing could happen to my dear Barbara. It was monsters. She died a star. She died doing what she loved, you know? But really, you know, realistically, Barbara was probably just kidnapped and murdered. You know, which sucks for poor Barbara. Poor girl. The back of the fucking comic is her ear in the box. That's dark. Yeah, and that's the whole reason that Edie kept that specific story, is because, yeah, she was fantasizing.
I guess now I know why
death.
Mom didn't like me playing with the music box.
Yeah, Edie was, like, making a fantasy out of the death, trying to make it more lighthearted than it was. Because, I mean, I do imagine Edie was probably very mentally unstable by this point, because she'd lost her mother, her father, and her little brother, and then she lost her oldest daughter, she lost her son, and then she lost Barbara. And she probably did feel like, you know, all of these deaths were her fault to an extent. So that's probably why she started fantasizing it and playing, you know, making stories out of it, making it more lighthearted than it was. Because it was her way of coping with the deaths and with the whole thing. Okay, Ethan, you make your food. We'll fill you in when you get back. We're still here. Railroad time. Down to the basement. Down to the basement for a part that's gonna make me kinda sad. Calvin would have been Edie's grandson. Calvin was her son, Edie's son. Calvin is Odin's grandson. 'Cause it goes Odin and his wife, Edie, their son that they lost, and then Edie married Sven, had Molly, and then she had, Barbara, and then she had Calvin and Sam, and then she had Walter. Walter was the last of her children. Yeah, and Sam lived long enough to get married to Kay, and they had, Dawn, and then Gregory, and then Gus, I think. No, wait, it was Gus and then Gregory. Looking at the dates the wrong way. Yeah, so they had Dawn and then Gus and then Gregory. Dawn lived to marry Sanjay. And then together they had Lewis, Milton, and Edith. And now Edith has somebody that we don't know and their baby. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know the name myself. I mean, we'll probably find out at the end of the game, right?
Mom said the basement was off limits, unless I wanted another tetanus shot.
The model of the dragon that killed Sven. handsaw.
I saw Edie sneak down to the basement once, carrying packages. I thought maybe she was hiding presents. It turned out she was hiding a lot more than that. I remember asking Mom once about where Walter had gone. She said after Barbara died, he got as far away as he could. If there's a pattern in all these stories, I think it's that none of us has gotten very far.
Yeah. Walter's home, everybody. So what do we got? We got pea soup, Alvin cereal, extra crispy, tasty beans. Get the beans, what the heck? Anyway, okay. Sweetie crisps, propine, pea soup, Red Farms tomato ketchup, sweet something something peanut butter, Jiggly Farms Concord grape jelly. Oh wait, Sweet Odie Farms peanut butter, creamy, nice. Water, whatever that stuff is down there. Tasty beans, Wicked Bear, whatever that is. Probably toilet paper if I had to take a guess. More bags. Snack Stackers chocolate malt pudding. Sweetie Crisps. Pork Chunkies. More pea soup. And more peanut butter and jelly. His toilet and dishes. His sink. Shaving cream. First aid kit. Postcards. Peach halves. What are these? Spices? Yeah. Pepper, chili powder, oregano, cinnamon, nutmeg, dill weed, rosemary, coriander soaks, I think that says. I don't know, there's a lot. God, the buzzing is annoying me, but it's fine. Walter. And there's all his model train bits. Walter. Oh, Walter. A bike to stay active, a little exercise bike. A train. His window. I would go insane if this was me, not gonna lie. March 2005. Walter, 1952 to 2005. gonna pause this for just a moment, because I want Ethan to come back. Because we did overlook the room, we did, like, move around a bit without him, but I do want Ethan to, we'll be here for Walter. I probably shouldn't have picked it up, but, you know. Yeah, we're getting, into the meat and bones. Yeah, with a lot of these, we're going from the oldest death date to the most recent death date, so that's interesting. Also, I never noticed, I said it when I started the game, but I don't know if you were here when I started the game, D. Edith has a, engagement ring. It's on a necklace, or on her necklace. When you look down, she has an engagement ring. So clearly she was engaged to probably her baby's father. So that's interesting. I don't know if they ever got married, but they were engaged, so nice, nice. I'm gonna take a quick moment to... Well, first I'm gonna read the chat, just because I think I saw... Yeah, real shit, she has an engagement ring. I can't tab out of this and show you without progressing Walter's story, but I'll totally show you after we go through, Walter. But yeah, I'm gonna quickly check my Discord messages while I'm paused. Oh my god, so many people are talking! I have so many notifications, sorry. I'm just getting to, reading some stuff that I missed out on. Sorry. Sorry. I have so many missed messages because a lot of people talk to me. I'm popular. No, I'm not. I promise I feel sexier than I am. Sorry. I have so many fucking things. Please excuse me, I'm so sorry. So many people are talking to me, I can only focus on so much at once. Alright, I'm back. Oh, hi Ethan, you're back. Oh, you have to BRB again in like 17 minutes though? Shit. Real shit? I'm sorry. Damn. Okay. Well, if you're back, do you want me to start on, Walter's story? Because that's where I paused. I was waiting for you, because I know you wanted to see them stories. And just for you to note, Walter was from 1952 to 2005. Got an extra large supreme pizza. Oh, fuck yeah. Let's go. Walter time.
Hi, everyone. I can't believe I've been down here for 30 years. On that first day, after the shaking started, I didn't think I'd survive a week.
Oh, well, yeah, but I know. Oh, right. Oops.
But after a few days, I settled into a routine. That's what kept me sane. Having a schedule, living for today. I always expected to be dead tomorrow. But if you wait long enough, you get used to anything. Even a monster on the other side of the door starts to feel normal. Almost friendly. And then one day, everything just stopped. Whatever that thing was, it was gone. Maybe it got tired of waiting. Or maybe I just got tired of being afraid. It's been a week now, the longest in 30 years.
I think Walter does have silverware.
I'm done waiting. I have to leave. Well, I still can.
But yeah, for your notations, Ethan, Walter lives in the basement of the Finch house. In a bunker. An underground bunker. No, Walter is not the military person. He was the kid who witnessed Barbara's murder. Yeah. Yeah, he was traumatized by Barbara's murder and, like, afraid of the world, pretty much, and decided, well, fuck it. I'm gonna go into fucking hiding in the basement and be scared for the rest of my life. And then finally he was like, no, fuck it, I'm not being scared anymore, I'm gonna leave, and that's what we're seeing here. Oh no, you gotta BRB for the pizza! Okay, well, if he's gonna BRB for pizza, I think I actually need to eat, so I will also BRB for, you know, food. So I'll be back. Have fun. Bub. Guess who, bitches? I got pizza rolls. Not pizza rolls. Wait, why did I say that? Oh, yeah, because I was reading Ethan say pizza. I got mozzarella sticks. And, they're pretty good. So, yeah. Hi, fam. But, yeah, no, I will say about Walter, this definitely isn't meant to offend anyone. I'm just super into character analysis and, you know, fictional things like that. I don't know, character analysis. I'm super into character analysis. That's how I want to say this. This isn't meant to offend anyone with anything I say, by the way, but if I had to put, like, labels on Walter, I would honestly say that I think Walter has PTSD from his sister, you know, being murdered trying to defend him, basically. I think he's, you know, he's scared. He's, you know, he was terrified. And, I mean, I think he probably coped pretty well for quite a while after. He probably coped up until he was, like, 23. And then his grandmother, well, not grandmother, his mother really started, Edie really started to maybe, I think, make his fears worse. Because, you know, with the magazine we saw, Edie liked to think that Barbara's death was monsters. She didn't want to think it was a real person. She didn't want to think it was murder or that anything else could have happened to Barbara. She wanted to think that it was monsters, that her daughter died a star. Just like she'd been when she was a child. And I think she thought she was honoring Barbara, who wanted to be remembered. You know, Barbara didn't want to be forgotten. And I think Edie thought she was doing the right thing, but in the process was hurting Walter, who's been living with, you know, this fear about what happened to his big sister all this time, you know, probably living with the fear that, oh, what if they come for me one day? What if they come back for me because they didn't kill me because I'm a witness? And then, not just that, playing into the monsters, you know, Edie probably, you know, got in his head a little, because maybe he was already a little mentally unstable, you know, if we're going to assume he had PTSD from this. I think that Walter maybe was a little bit, a little unstable, a little out there, and because of Edie and the way she perceived the death as being monsters, he started to believe it too. And that's why he went into hiding the way he did. It was his way of coping, and Edie was enabling this way of coping instead of trying to help him get better by bringing him supplies and making him art and doing all this to give him, like, you know, his trains and his painting supplies. I don't think Edie had any intention of causing harm, but I do think she maybe did more harm than she meant to do. You know what I mean? I think in trying to help, she only made things worse for her son. And yeah. Just a big ol' oopsie on her part, really, I think. A big ol' uh-oh, a big ol' oh no. But yeah, I will give it a minute so that way everybody can get back and settle in before I continue, since this is a live stream and I want you all to be cozy. Yeah. Hi, Ethan. Yeah, exactly. She tried to help in the best way she thought she could, but it didn't work out. And you can't really fault her given what happened in her life, yeah. Because, I mean, by the time Walter is going into this basement, Edie has lost her parents, her brother, she's lost most of her other kids. She only has Sam and Walter left by the time Walter goes into this basement. And she's probably trying to cling on to Walter for dear life. I imagine she doesn't want to let Walter go. I'm gonna assume everybody is here and strapped in then, since Ethan is in the chat box today.
I know it's out there, somewhere. Whatever killed Barbara.
Yep, there it is.
And Molly. And Calvin. Maybe this is all a mistake. But I need to stop living the same day, even if it kills me. Whatever's out there, I want you to know I'm ready for it. I'm going to appreciate all of it, especially the food. I don't mind if I only have a year left. Or a month. Or a single week. I'd be happy with one new day. I can already imagine the sun on my face.
And his death was to nobody's fault because I don't think anybody could have anticipated him getting hit by a train.
Walter died when I was 6. I can't believe my mom never told me he was down here.
Yeah. Walter.
I'm sure my mom was trying to protect me. Maybe she was afraid I'd end up like Walter. But if she never told me about an uncle under the house, I can only imagine what else she was hiding. I don't want to make the same mistakes she made. Trying to bury something that's still alive. Now that there's only one of us left, or maybe 2, I thought it was time I heard the stories for myself and found out what happened to everyone else. But now I'm worried the stories themselves might be the problem. Maybe we believed so much in a family curse, we made it real.
And, quickly for Diedrich, if you look down, it's hard to see in this lighting. I'll probably show you again in better lighting. But yeah, you can see right on her necklace, there's an engagement ring tied onto it. But yeah, Walter, 1952 to 2005. A little memorial for him at the train tracks. Look at the chairs and the trees.
I don't know if I should even be writing this. Maybe it'd be better if all this just died with me.
There's the old totem pole that Sven made.
But I
All
thought you
broken
should know
and
about your
fallen.
family. And the history you're a part of.
Look at that water. Beautiful.
Though to be honest, I feel as lost as you probably do right now. I think the people in these stories believed them, for what that's worth. And when you look at the house, that history of imagination and stubbornness and madness, any of it seems possible.
There's the old swing. Still wrapped around the tree.
I think we've been surrounded by death for so long, we've just gotten used to it. What kind of family finishes building a cemetery before starting the house? It's embarrassing for me to admit this, but the pet cemetery made me more uncomfortable than the human one.
So
3 of the gerbils were mine, and 2 had been my fault.
This is the pet cemetery. Lucy, 1956 to 1969, a dog. Daisy, 1985 to 1993. A cat, Charlie, 1993 to 2007. Derpy and Derpy Jr., 1968 to 1981, and then 1994 to 2006. These ones over here. Christopher the Fish, 1942 to 1947. Bob the Dog, 1980 to 1984. Shadow the Cat, 1978 to 1988. Oliver the Rabbit, 1982 to 1989. Shatsy the Dog, I assume, 1995 to 2009. And then more over here would be Tucker, 1988 to 1992. Coco, 1974 to 1979. Burpee, 1940 to 1948. Chirpy, 1938 to 1941. Furpy, 1988 to 1991. Excuse me a moment. Zoe, 1962 to 1970. Furpy, 1988 to 1991. Lurpy, 1952 to 1963. Zerpy, 1992 to 1995. Here's a frog, which is... The nameplate there is fallen over. And then Bailey the dog, 1959 to 1972.
Sven built the house, but it was Edie who designed the cemetery.
Molly Finch, born December 11th, 1937, died December 13th, 1947. She died, like, a few days after her birthday. Calvin Finch, born April 25th, 1950, died September 23rd, 1961. Sven Finch, born June 17th, 1915, died August 26th, 1964. Edith Finch, born April 8th, 1917, died December 5th, 2010. Walter Finch, born August 26th, 1952, died March 31st, 2005. Look at it. There's a little dude standing in his rock up here. Poor buddy. Barbara Finch, born October 31st, 1944, died October 31st, 1960. She died on her birthday. Oh yeah, Sven was 49, huh? But yeah, Barbara died on her birthday. Ouch. Do you want to do the math for Edie really quickly if I let you? Sorry, it's taken a minute for stuff to catch up, I think. Ooh, Edie was 93. Good job, Edie. Resilient motherfucker. I have a cat who wants out, so excuse me for just a moment. Ugh! Sadie! Hello, little lady. Yeah, you gonna meow at me? You gonna meow at me? You wanna leave? You wanna leave me? You wanna go? Goodbye. Goodbye. It was nice having you. I'll see you later. This is how I treat my cat all the time, don't worry about it. Gotta look at the chat. Misclicked on the calculator and had to start over. Aw, I'm sorry, dude.
I'm sure Odin's monument had been Edie's idea. My mom was always trying to move on, but for Edie, the past never went away.
So, Odin's monument, I think, is so fascinating. There's Edie, Sven, and Molly in a boat. And then there's Odin going down with the house.
She could see it poking out of the water at low tide.
Yeah, he's pointed right at where the house is, too. There it is.
Edie said she dreamed about the old house every night. Edie's side was always easier for me to understand. But the older I get, the more I can see where my mom was coming from. Her dad had been pretty strict, but it wasn't enough to save her brothers. She was just trying to do better.
Sam Finch, born April 25th, 1950, died on July 16th, 1983. Gregory Finch, born January 12th, 1976, died December 19th, 1977. And Gus Finch, born June 20th, 1969, died November 8th, 1982.
She lost 2 of her brothers, just like I did. I get why she tried so hard to protect us.
Sanjay Kumar, born September 6th, 1966, died February 22nd, 2002. Edith's father. The character we're playing as, it's her dad. Go back? You were doing math? Who are you going back to? To, the boys here? Here, you can have the graves. There you go. Greg died age 6, Gus was 13, and Sam 33. Yeah. I didn't think Gregory was 6. No, Gregory isn't... No, Greg isn't 6. Born January 12th, 1976, died in 1977. He was 1. Yeah, Greg was 1. He was 1 year old. He was a baby. I'll do the other 3, though. The other 3 are, our player character's father, Sanjay, who I just read out, born September 6th, 1966, died February 22nd, 2002. And then her brother Lewis, born December 27th, 1988, died November 21st, 2010. And then her brother Milton, who actually has dialogue to read.
We never found Milton's body, so my mom insisted we were putting up a monument, not a tombstone.
Milton Finch, born May 19th, 1992, no confirmed death date. So here's these 2 for you, if you'd like to do that. I was gonna linger back on it for you. I'm not going fast, I'm gonna linger back on it for you, down. We're lingering back. Lewis died in 2010, but he was born in 1988. Yeah. 36 and 22. And then Milton didn't have a confirmed death date, so he doesn't have a confirmed age here.
There's so many things I wish I could ask my mom now. Part of me thinks this is what she wanted all along. For me to come back someday and find everything out for myself. But looking back on it now, if she told me there was going to be so much climbing, I never would have come when I was 22 weeks pregnant.
So much climbing.
I never met Grandpa Sam, but I think he and my mom had a lot in common.
Ashtray. This is the military man for you, Ethan.
They were both pretty intense. Sam spent his life shooting photos, but Mom said he got nervous being in front of the camera. I guess we're all afraid of something.
Here's the bed. The camera, the bear rug. A bear hunting thing, I think. Taxidermied cat. Chris's bird hunt. Okay. Airline ticket. Sparrow Airlines. Clear skies and clean living awaits you. Study fun facts about Baltimore while you fly. Kay Finch. So she left for Baltimore.
Instead of hiding from death, Sam seemed to go out of his way to meet it.
There's his cabinet. I believe that's Sam with Dawn. And there's all his medals and his shell casings and cameras and guns. His dog tags. Old cane. His bag. An old cigar box with pipes, I think, in it. Could be wrong. Some prescriptions, some booze, an old ham radio. A nice little family photo of Sam, his wife Kay, our character's mom Dawn, and their 2 sons. And there's all this. Yeah, she is moving fast for 5 months pregnant. It's impressive. Here's the memorial to Sam. It's got his photo. U.S. Marine. Old ring. Some of his brother's space toys. A picture of him with his brother and their mom. Picture of him with Dawn. Yeah. Sam, 1950 to 1983.
Dawn, I promise, you'll never forget this weekend.
Yes, sir.
These memories are gonna last a lifetime.
Mm-hmm. What? Am I gonna have to shoot anything?
It's a hunting trip, Dawn. Shooting is strongly encouraged. Perfect.
It's gonna rain the whole weekend, isn't it? I will never forget this weekend, Dad.
That's the spirit. Okay, got it.
I'm gonna take some pictures, okay?
Just be careful. That camera's older than you are.
You're right, Dad. It's starting to clear up. Still freezing, though.
Now, the picture I'm supposed to be getting. If I can find and focus the camera on it.
Definitely should not have drunk all
There
that
it
coffee.
is.
Hmm.
Hi, Dad.
Hey!
That's a keeper. Hold still while I take a picture of you.
I'm just saying, I'm not always gonna be here, Dawn. You'll need to remember this stuff, if you want to survive.
I'll be fine, Dad.
You know who else thought he was gonna be fine?
Dad!
Good eyes, Dawn. Before you take the shot, let me get a picture of you.
Where is it? Dawn is this way.
Dad, I...
Just breathe. Let me get behind you.
Do I have to do this?
Dawn, you don't have to do anything. But if you want to survive, you'll need to be strong. Great shot, Dawn! I'm proud of you, Dawn. Always remember that, okay? Sorry, Dawn. Just gotta reset the timer.
I forgot I was supposed to control him and the timer ran out on the camera.
Dad, it's twitching. I think
That's
it's
totally normal, Dawn. Just focus on the camera. Try not to think about...
Dad! Of all these stories, that's the one I wish most that my mom had told me.
Again, not any fault of Edie that death occurred. That was at no fault to Edie. A lot of the people who, you know this game blame every single death on Edie, and I don't understand why, because that was no fault of Edie's. That was just a really unfortunate accident. He's been hunting for years, so obviously he knows, oh, well, you know, yeah. But yeah, no, like, he knows, oh, well, if it's dead, it's dead. But this is the one occasion where it wasn't dead enough. And it killed him. Which is really unfortunate, because, I mean, obviously Dawn wasn't very fond of hunting to begin with, but I'm sure that ruined the whole experience for her, having her dad die like that. And they have a picture of the moment of disaster. Yeah.
After Sam died, my mom and Edie got really close. They'd both lost a lot.
Now, for my least favorite section, I'm gonna open up this section by telling you right now. Yeah, I might cry. I very well might cry. So, you know, I don't really like doing this section. You can see where it's guiding us. Gregory, 1976 to 1977. A divorce contract between Sam Finch and Kay Carl. Carlisle? I don't know how to say her name, but yeah. The petitioner, the wife, and the respondent, the husband. So, Kay is the one who filed for divorce against Sam. Sam Finch. Yeah. To Sam Finch, a lawsuit has been filed against you. You have 20 calendar days after this summons is served on you to file a written response to the attached complaint, petition, with the clerk of this court, located at Court Street, Friday Harbor. Yeah. A phone call will not protect you. Your written response, including the case number given above and the names of the parties, must be filed if you want the court to hear your side of the case. If you do not file your response on time, you may lose the case, and your wages, money, and property may be taken thereafter without further warning from the court. There are other legal requirements. You may want to call an attorney right away. If you do not know an attorney, you may call an attorney referral service or a legal aid office listed in the phone book. If you choose to file a written response yourself at the same time you file your written response to the court, You must also mail or take a copy of your written response to the party serving this summons at address. Copies of all court documents in this case, including orders, are available at the Clerk of Circuit Court's office. You may review these documents upon request. You must keep the Clerk of Circuit Court's office notified of your current address. You may file a notice of current address, something family law form 12/1915. Or 9/15, sorry. Future papers in this lawsuit will be mailed to the address on record at the clerk's office. So, yeah. His wife filed for divorce against him. Is there a date on it? Yes, 12/7/1977. So she filed for divorce December 7th of the year that their son died. And I will say she filed divorce before the death of their son, so... Oops.
Dear Kay, do you remember the way Gregory used to laugh when he thought he was alone? Like something funny was happening, but only he could see it. I think he saw things the rest of us don't.
That time's over, Gregory. It's time to... Hold on, sweetie. Hello? Sam, I told you I don't want to talk right now.
I wonder what he saw. What his world was like.
There's an achievement for knocking down all the letters,
He
which is
reminded
why
me
I'm
so
trying
much
to.
of Calvin.
There it is. Got the achievement.
Lost in his imagination. Whatever it was he saw, it sure made him happy. I know how silly it sounds. That I worried about a baby being too happy. But I could feel him slipping away.
Sorry about that, Gregory.
I know you did everything you could. Maybe if I hadn't called that night.
Damn it. Hold on, I don't want Gregory to hear this.
Alright, I'm gonna pause really quickly to read the chat, cause, yeah. Okay, this one makes me mad, cause it's 100% Kay's fault. She should have let the phone ring or gotten Gregory out, but no, she left the baby alone in the tub. Listen, I'm gonna give Kay a little bit of leeway here. She was dealing with, like, she was in the middle of a divorce, talking about the divorce on the phone, And she did empty the tub. I'm gonna say that. She did empty the tub. She left him in the empty tub, thinking he would be fine. Yeah. Like, she left him in the empty tub thinking he would be fine. She never intended for him to get hurt, and she didn't think anything bad would happen. I might be justifying this the wrong way, but I honestly don't think it was Kay's fault, because she was stressed out. We don't know what led up to this divorce. We don't know what caused it. The first time she didn't, you're right, but he didn't get hurt that time. It was only after she drained the tub that anything happened. Yeah, it's not okay to leave a baby alone in a full tub, but I assume she was still in the room or nearby. If something happened, she probably would have heard. And the only reason she didn't hear the second time is because she was arguing with her soon-to-be ex-husband on the phone. Which is why Sam blames himself, because if he hadn't called and if he hadn't started up an argument, she might have heard Gregory. And she might have heard that he needed help. So I don't 100% blame Kay, because she couldn't have known anything would have happened. Especially because it was in the 70s. People left their babies alone all the time in the 70s, thinking nothing would happen, and then when something did happen, they were always like, what? Heck fucking excuse me. Well, that was rude. Fucking A. Sorry. I know you heard that, because my microphone is a sensitive bitch. Please excuse the fucking motorcycle ear fucking. But yeah, no, I don't blame Kay at all. Because how could she have known? Yeah, that timing is bad. But yeah, I don't blame Kay because, in my opinion, how could she have known anything would happen? Because she drained the tub. Like, he could have choked on something, admittedly, yes, that was a bad call on her part, but, I mean, who really expects their baby to choke on something when they're on the phone for what they think is gonna be, like, 1 minute, you know? She probably didn't expect to be arguing. She probably, yeah. Yeah. God, yeah, that was bad timing. But yeah, no, I mean, like, it was the 70s. When something did happen, they were surprised that it happened, because a lot of the time in the 70s, people would leave their kids and their babies unsupervised, and, you know, it was okay to do so back then, because it was like, oh, well, they're gonna be fine. They're just, like, with the neighborhood kids, or they're just in a safe spot, you know? You don't think something is gonna happen until something happens. And I think that's still true today. Even with how protective parents today can be, you don't expect something bad to happen until it happens. And it's always a surprise, usually. Yeah, exactly, Ethan. Exactly. Yeah, see, exactly. You can't always predict what your child is gonna do or what's gonna happen. Kay thought that Gregory was safe. She left him in the bathtub for just a moment while she was on the phone, and then as soon as she was off the phone, she pulled that plug. He was still fine. She could see he was fine. So, in her mind, the, you know, baby was gonna be okay. He was fine, you know? I don't blame Sam at all. Yeah. I mean, yeah, no. I don't blame Sam at all because he isn't the one who filed for divorce. Kay was. And I assume that he was probably calling her to try and, like, apologize or make up for whatever was happening that caused the divorce. Obviously I don't know why Kay filed for divorce, and I'm sure it was probably an okay reason, given that they didn't seem like they were unhappy. Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame him, because he had no way of knowing, because it's like, yeah, from the sound of it, he was away from the house. Yeah, it's an instance of preventable child death. Yeah. Yeah, that's what makes me upset about this death, is just that he was only a baby. And that's why I said I might cry during this one, 'cause he was only a baby. And I don't like that at all. I don't like thinking about that, but, you know, you kinda have to with a game like this.
I wish he could have told us about the world he saw. Okay, there's so much I don't understand about Gregory. About everything.
Sorry, pausing again, because, yeah, the chat is going nuts, bro. Yeah. Yeah, I do think because Sam was in the Marines, he does probably have PTSD that him and Kay couldn't deal with properly, and especially with his brother, too. He probably has PTSD from Calvin dying the way he did, because it's very common in twins for one to feel like something is missing, to feel a constant kind of guilt and pain when their sibling dies, because, I mean, you know, twins are one and the same. They're born from the same thing. God, I don't know how to say this right, but, you know how twins are. So Sam, I do imagine, had the whole guilt of, like, Calvin on him, and then the army, and, yeah. I do think that their divorce was probably in part due to that. Due to Sam not knowing how to handle his emotions, and Kay not knowing how to help. Because that can drive people apart. It can drive families apart. And, yeah. Yeah.
But I know what happened wasn't your fault.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's happy. And he'd want you to be happy too. Good luck, Kay. Love, Sam.
Nothing to say about that one either. I don't blame her. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I do agree with that. It's very common for people to divorce, when it isn't the fault of PTSD, but PTSD does play a big part in a lot of divorces as well. Yeah, oh, boy. I really am trying to not cry, just 'cause, like I said, obviously I don't blame Sam or Kay for this, because they were dealing with a lot, and they genuinely did think he was safe. Yeah. Yeah. I understand that very well. I imagine, I will say, this baby death thing also hits me a little bit for personal reasons, because my great-grandfather, I think, no wait, my grandfather on my dad's side was in the military, and I never met him. He didn't die in the military, of course, he did come home, but, you know, he was in World War II, for fuck's sake, and, you know, they had quite a lot of kids. My dad has a lot of siblings, but one thing I think I'll always remember is that my dad, 2 of his brothers are twins, but only one of them is alive, because the other died when they were babies, because they couldn't afford a big enough crib and he got smothered. And it's a case of it was preventable, but they didn't think anything like that would happen. They didn't think that they thought it would be fine, you know? So I'm just like, every time I look at Gregory and that death, I'm like, oh. It hits from a place of familiarity that I don't like. It really hits from, like, a place of personal experience that, like, makes me uncomfortable. Which is why it makes me want to cry, because it's like, you know, you can see the parallels in your own life with a lot of these, and it's like, ew, ugh, the uncomfy. It's why I love this game, though. It's such a wide range of different experiences and stories that it's like, I feel like everybody can relate to this game in one way or another, and it hits everybody hard for different reasons. Like, I'm sure plenty of people could relate to the whole divorce causing problems thing. Or, you know, to Walter feeling isolated from the rest of his family, basically. Like, everybody in this game has something about them that can make everyone, you know, kind of upset. Yeah, it's different when you have personal experience besides just seeing it. 'Cause I understand I understand your perspective. Wholeheartedly, I do understand your perspective, D, of, like, not having the personal experience with it, of why would you let this happen? It was so preventable. Anyone would have known to do that. But then you have to consider that it was, you know, you have to consider the time period. You have to understand what was going on in the situation. Yeah. And yeah, with how young Gregory was, it does make it harder to watch and see it happen. It's definitely a case of where you really need to think rationally about it, which is what I've been trying to do this whole game, is to think rationally, because I know lots of people who play this game and who see this game will look at Molly and Calvin's deaths and be like, oh, that's negligent, abusive parenting. But obviously I don't see it that way. I see it as, you know, Molly was a simple accident. It was a preventable death that, you know, clearly her mother feels guilty over. Calvin was preventable, yes, but it was a case of a kid not listening and just being a kid, you know? Barbara, it was, you know, it was something that couldn't be helped, even. Walter was a case of slight negligence, but it really ultimately was just an entirely freak accident, how he died. And then Sam, that was another just freak accident. It was something that you couldn't predict happening. It was, you know, you don't see it coming. Gregory you couldn't have seen coming, because what I assume realistically happened is that Kay emptied the bathtub, left to talk to Sam about the divorce. They started to argue, which is why she didn't hear anything go wrong when Gregory managed to turn the faucet back on and drown. Because, you know, how would she have known that he could have done that? Because I certainly wouldn't expect my baby to just grab the fucking handle and drown themselves by accident. I would be in fucking shock if that happened to me. I wouldn't know what to do. Because you don't expect it. I wouldn't expect it. Which is also probably a big part in why a lot of people nowadays don't dare to leave children unsupervised like that in situations like that, because it's like, you hear all these stories of freak accidents when children are left unsupervised, and then you're like, oh fuck. Like, this is why we have baby monitors and stuff. This is why we have, like, tiny baths for babies that aren't big ol' bathtubs, you know? This is why we have specialized things for babies to keep them safe, because they are extremely unpredictable and surprisingly more capable than we think they are. But yeah, this death is probably the worst in the whole game, just emotionally. From, like, a personal standpoint and from an outside standpoint, you know? It's a lot to handle. Poor Gregory. Dawn's old bed. And the lockers. Hers is empty.
I can't imagine my mom ever writing poetry, and yet...
Look at the ripped up kite. Oh boy, here we go again, another youngin'. Gus. 1969 to 1982. With the kite. Well, let's get at it.
A poem for Gus, who always said the wedding was a bad idea. Our father never hit us kids, at least not very hard, before the day my brother said with teenage disregard that he'd be dead before he'd see a wedding in our yard.
So, Sam got remarried.
My father made him come, of course, but Gus stood far apart, just flew his kite and bottled up the storm inside his heart. I tried to talk him out of it, but though he'd never met her, "We don't need a stepmom," were the words that I remembered.
Down to husband and wife. You may kiss the bride.
Where is it? There it goes.
When the time for photos came, Dad ordered him to come here. But Gus declined, and as a sign held up his middle finger.
Now this one I'm gonna say I fully blame Sam for, and you'll see why.
The wind picked up, and panicked geese appeared and quickly went. But all the humans did that day was go inside the tent. The rain came down in buckets then, but no one seemed afraid that nature might destroy the tent our dad had crudely made. The thunder sounded much too close and full of angry power, but all my father said to this was, "Make the music louder." I wish that I could truly say I thought about you on that day. Out there on the beach alone, just you, the wind, the sea, and foam. But I didn't. Until we found you. She never talked about him, but Mom told me once if I was a boy, they were going to name me Gus.
Yeah, no, I fully blame Sam for this one because it doesn't matter that Gus was an angsty teenager. It doesn't matter that he was in the middle of getting remarried. There was a storm. He should have acknowledged that there was a storm and that it was dangerous. And he should have gotten his kids to safety, especially since Gus had a kite. Kites are dangerous to fly in storms. That very well could have swept Gus up into the fucking sky with a strong enough wind. And considering it ripped the tent out of the ground, it could have, very well. I think what killed Gus, though, was the tent fucking slamming into him in the storm. And nobody, like Dawn said, nobody thought about him until they'd found the body. And then they realized they done fucked up. I will fully admit that I am angry at Sam for this one. I don't blame him for Gregory, I don't blame Kay for Gregory, but I blame Sam for Gus. Because he should have been paying attention. As a father, he should have been fucking paying attention to his child in the middle of a storm. It don't matter what's going on around you. You look for your child. Yeah. I will wholeheartedly bet that that impact killed Gus. But yeah, no, I am angry at Sam for this one wholeheartedly, because you know it, no matter the circumstance, I don't care if I'm gonna die doing it. I'm gonna get my fucking kid out of there. I would not put my child in harm's way on purpose and then leave them there. Well, he didn't put him in harm's way on purpose, but I wouldn't just leave my kid in harm's way. Yeah, it's very clear that Dawn was the favorite child. Yeah, exactly. I do feel bad for Gus, because he probably did die alone. And that's the worst part, is that he died alone. Like, oh, God. I am angry at Sam for that one. Sam can get in the bin for that one. Like, his other kids, I don't blame you at all. But that one, yeah, get in the bin. In the fucking bin. Poor Gus. Also, I've seen quite a few people say how fucked up is it that all of the memorials that Edie made, by the way, are centered around how the people died. And I kinda have to agree with that. Edie, for, like, fuck's sake, why? Like, she centered all their shrines around what killed them, instead of around them as people. Which is very, very, very bizarre to do. Ugh, I'm still mad about this one. I'm still mad about fucking Sam. He got a pass with Gregory. He don't get no pass with Gus. Ugh. emergency evac. House rules. No playing outside without permission. No answering the door for strangers. No messes after dark. All chores before dark. Respect others. I like how they all have their own light switches that they just have. Like, what do the light switches even do? What are they for? Oh boy. Hey motherfucker, can you not play copyright music outside of my house while I'm streaming? Thanks. Fucking A. But yeah, I'm lingering a little because I want to be sure Ethan is back in time. Raise the flag, 7:30 a.m. Breakfast, 8 a.m. Quiet time, 11 p.m. Duties, dawn. Sweep and take out the trash. Gus, mop and mow the yard. Greg, be a baby. Routine, jump rope, jumping jacks, push-ups, crunches, and run to the mailbox and back. Considering how far the mailbox is from the house, good God, I would not survive. Ugh. Look at that sky out there. Now that's a nice sky. Also, I've seen quite a few people call Edith, the character we're playing as, extremely negligent for, you know, going through this house, being as pregnant as she is. But she literally said, like, a few minutes ago now, that she wouldn't have come if she knew how dangerous it was, but nobody told her. Like, she wasn't told how much climbing she would have to do. So it's technically not really on her. Oh boy. But yeah. I think I've given Ethan his time for the bathroom. Gonna look out in the forest. What do we see? Bitches? Maybe a little bit of money? Maybe.
My mom moved up to the loft after her brothers died. At the time, it was as far away as she could get.
I cannot imagine this being fun, the rock wall. Alright, cool, Ethan.
Religion was another thing my mom never talked about, but I think it helped her a lot after her dad died.
Here, in better lighting, there's the engagement ring for you, Diedrich, that you can see on her necklace. I looked at it when she was outside, but it was so dark out that it was pretty useless. But there it is in better lighting for you, just so you can see it. Yeah. Don't forget. Dawn and Sanjay. 8/18, 1986. I think it says? Yeah, 86. Cute. Cute, cute, cute.
She spent a summer building houses in Calcutta, where she met my dad, Sanjay.
Yeah.
My mom moved to India a week after graduation and got a job teaching English. Louis was born a year later.
imagine living all the way out here in these mountains. God. It do sound peaceful as fuck out here, though. My God.
When my dad died, I don't think Mom knew where else to go.
It's okay, sorry. We've been just moving on. Hang on. Oh, shit, I'm sorry, dude. I need to get in better lighting again to show you the ring. I tried to show you while you were gone, but I don't think you saw.
I'm sure Edie was happy to have her back. And to see kids in the house again.
Edith's little garden. Milton. But yeah, I'm sorry, Dee. I don't know what to say. Yeah. God damn. It's pretty on topic for death right now. Yeah, here it is. Sorry. We're in slightly better lighting. There's, the engagement ring I mentioned earlier that, Edith has around her neck. I got a better look at it while you were gone, but you were gone, so... I think it's an engagement ring, am I wrong? She has a feather and a ring there. Or am I dumb? You're yelling at me, why am I being yelled at? I feel like I've said something dumb, and I don't know how. Have I been dumb this entire time? 'Cause I thought it was an engagement ring. She is pregnant, so... Speak to me, tell me why I've been yelled at. Basil. Oh my god, Ethan Thick. Damn, Ethan, you is dummy thick. Look at you. Sorry. I'm not being told why I'm being yelled at, so I'm gonna move on. Meh. Plants. Plants.
The house had to get a little bigger, but Edie was used to that. And for a while, things were good. Almost normal.
Now this is a pretty window here. Imagine that being your view from a fucking classroom. I think I would like school in that scenario. Stare out the window all day.
But it didn't last.
Miss Finch, she homeschooled the kiddos. Odin Finch by Edith Edith Finch. She did a whole thing about her grandpappy. Her great-great-grandpappy. Or whatever, how many greats. To Teach and to Learn, 7 Ways to Create a Fulfilling Classroom by Dawn Finch. And there's a photo of them. Look at them. And there's her dad, a little memorial for him in the classroom. It is sad seeing Milton's little cubby empty. But yeah, relief efforts end in disaster. Hundreds of relief volunteers are injured or dead after the effects of a second earthquake, including Sanjay. R.I.P. Dad. It was good to know ya.
The beginning of the end was Milton's 10th birthday, when Edie gave him a castle. After Milton disappeared, the only thing he left behind was a room full of paintings.
You know, Diedrich, you still haven't told me why you yelled at me about the ring.
I think Edie was happy to finally have another painter in the family.
The door. Oh, there was sage in the garden. Yeah, I did see that. Is that why you yelled? Okay, maybe I'm just dumb then. Thank you. You're welcome. There you go. Milton. He also had a lovely view from up here. I would love to have this as my little art studio. So pretty. I would draw so many landscapes. Ah, yeah. Milton, 1992. Look at Milton. Poor little guy. The plant.
Milton Finch in The Magic Paintbrush. I was 4 when Milton disappeared.
Yeah. You know, I will say, I will say, I like that she draws his little character, not Milton. Like, I like how that's how she chooses to remember him, as his little art character and not himself. I mean, I think it's partially because of, the fact that, you know, she was 4 when he went missing. It's not like she remembers him very well. But I still think it's really cute, you know? I think it's a really sweet way to remember him and to immortalize him. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely need to play Unfinished Swan, for sure. Now we're headed that-a-way. Into the abyss.
Mom spent months searching for my brother. Then she sealed the doors.
Oh, you know what? Part of, Dawn sealing the doors might have been because of this. Because of the painting of the door and because of the little flip book he left behind. Maybe it was like some psychological thing. Maybe Dawn thought that part of the problem, or like part of what made him go missing, was the fact that there were so many open doors. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm being dumb. I don't know. I think that could be part of it.
Whatever Milton had found in the house, Mom didn't want it getting out.
Yeah.
Mom definitely blamed Edie, but I think Lewis blamed himself. After he graduated, he just spent more and more time in his room. Until Mom got him a job at the cannery.
I think it's really annoying that Dawn got Lewis a job. Let alone a job he didn't want. Like, Lewis was clearly going through some shit. He was trying to, like, sort out his mental state. And you know what the best course of action as a parent is? Oh yeah, to force your child to get a job. Like, I'm sorry, what? I really don't think that... I am mad at Dawn for that one.
Everyone always told me to stay out of Lewis's room. Except Lewis.
Lewis time, baby.
Lewis's room smelled very, very familiar. That part of him lived on.
Yeah. 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 Excuse me. I was trying to look around, not go back out. That's a nice. What do I even call that? That's nice, though, isn't it? Like, Ethan, doesn't that look sick? I think it looks awesome. Where's my phone charger? My phone is dying. Familiar. I'm gonna look around a little more while I wait. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought it was, but I didn't want to say because I wasn't positive. But yeah, isn't it awesome looking? I think it's awesome looking. Yeah, it's pretty. I like it. But yeah, Dawn Poetry Recital 76.
Lewis and I spent a lot of time playing games together, but he was surprisingly bad at them. He died a lot.
High school diploma, Orca Island Regional High School, Lewis Finch. And there's the TV. And then, the weed. The weed is here. Look at the weed. Guys, it's the marijuana. It's the marijuana. The marijuana. The weed. Anyway, I'm gonna sit in the corner now. What does that say? Theodore's Quality Cigars. It's a cigar box. Cool. I love these posters, though. I love how bright and neon they are. And I like those up there. Those are sick, too. The ceiling is also awesome. The big old peace sign taped on there. Legalize marijuana. You were a few centuries early on that, buddy. But it's okay, we like you anyway. Well, centuries, I say. I'm stupid. Like, a few... you were a little bit off. A few decades off. Oh my god, Ethan. Y'all would know weed stuff, you say. Yeah. Yeah, we would. What about it, Diedrich? What about it, Diedrich? We do know the weed stuff. Got a bowl and a cannery box. Bunch of old CDs and tapes. What I assume is beer there. His gaming computer, I assume. Yeah, that's an old school gaming PC. Look at that, buddy. Isn't that nice? And he has another fucking thing over there. Oh, I love my boy. Oh boy, yeah. I'm sorry, Eve. This would be a sick place to play video games. Yeah, I understand exactly why you refused. No bueno there. No bueno. Are we ready for Lewis Finch's locker contents? Yeah, we're ready.
Dear Mrs. Finch, as Lewis's psychiatrist, I can understand your desire for an explanation. As I see it, the trouble began in January, shortly after we convinced your son to seek treatment for substance abuse. Newly sober, I believe Lewis first noticed the monotony of his daily life. He kept working at the cannery, but he withdrew part of himself. In our sessions, I saw the same behavior. his mind began to wander. I asked him to describe it. He said he started small, imagining a labyrinth. He'd feel his way about. Then something moved. Bats. And toads. And things that have not names. He knew it was all in his head. But he took it very seriously. I had hoped he'd find himself. But he found something more. I worried about him then. Daydreaming at the cannery. I spoke with his boss. But he said Lewis had become a model employee. Methodical, tireless, focused. Like a whole new Lewis. So I let him go on. I even encouraged him. It seemed very promising at first. He told me he'd made a new friend. On the edge of a city he named Lewis Topia. He built the city up slowly, brick by brick. Then he made musicians. And songs for them to play. He talked about starting a band. And he was always humming something. Every day his imagination grew stronger. He no longer spoke at the cannery. But his chopping was as reliable as ever. Then one day it struck him that all the cheering crowds, even the stones under his feet, were all in his imagination. So he could do whatever he wished. He held an election for mayor. And he won. They begged him to stay, but his mind was already wandering. It became a game for him. He'd conquer a city, then immediately push on. New Louisville.